Welcome to 90 Days of Web Development. I am Kevin. This is my 16th day of web development. Finished up a page of playing cards on Tuesday. I think they came out pretty good. I think they look pretty nice. I'm toying with sharing that code on the GitHub or the GitLab repo, but I'm happy to just keep that one as a portfolio thing. Maybe when we build a portfolio site, we'll showcase it there. And maybe if I get the motivation, I'll finish completing a whole set of playing cards and and do that. It's a very manual process with setting the icons, setting the suits on the card, on the middle of the card, but it looks really slick. I'm really happy with the way that came out. We're gonna do a quiz on Flexbox, and then we've got theory that we're going through on working with CSS fonts. So it's typography is what they list the module as on Free Code Camp. So yeah, I think we'll take a look at our notes that we took for day 15. I didn't really take any notes, so there's nothing to do there. Yep, and so yeah, we're gonna look at the fundamentals of typography, best practices for working with typography, font families, how they work, web-safe fonts, and font face at rule, how it works, and external fonts like Font Squirrel and Google Fonts. I've used Google Fonts. I have not ever heard of Font Squirrel, so looking forward to seeing what that is. Text shadow property, we're going to look at that, how that works. I think I used that a bit on something. I'm not sure. I thought I used that recently on something. Build a nutrition a label will be our workshop, and then build a newspaper article will be the lab. And so that's the day. And after that, I think we're probably going to be able to finish that up in time. There's a lot of reading. So that probably takes about 3 pomodoros to get through that reading. Yeah, that's like an hour of reading. So we'll go through that if I, really focus on it. And let's get started. I'll go over to the setup here. And we will start our pomodoro. We're going to do 24-minute pomodoros, 10 of them, and with a small break in between. And after 5, we will have a lunch break of 40 minutes. So let's get started. Started for the day. Today we've got Flexbox quiz. We failed our first quiz last time. On what was that on? That was styling. What was that quiz on? It was on CSS layouts and effects. Had trouble with that one. wasn't the best brain day either. What is the purpose of a one-dimensional layout module in Flexbox? Well, you handle layout in 2 dimensions. Rows and columns at the same time? No. You don't create 3D transforms. Control stacking order of positioned elements using z-index. I don't think we touched on that. It's to lay out items along a single line or axis, either as a row or as a column. So which CSS property will align all the flex items to the right side of the container element? It should be the if we're going by row, then we're looking at align items flex end. should do that, right? Because we're the main axis is along the horizontal, and then oh wait, then justify content, right? Justify content is that one, is the flex end. Align items would be the cross axis, which would be the vertical in the row flex direction. What are the two axes that define the direction of item layout in the flex model? Two axes. It's the main axis and the cross axis. Which of the following CSS rules will arrange items in a vertical column? Also center them horizontally within their container. Ooh, okay. Arrange in a vertical column, that's going to be flex direction of column. And then if you want to center them horizontally, you would use the cross axis, which would be the align items. Center them horizontally. So you'd use center for that, right? So you'd use column and center. What's the main purpose of the flex wrap property? It's to align flex items along the main axis of the container. No, it's to control the overflow, right? Sets the direction. Now it determines if flex items should wrap onto new lines to fit available space. What's the default behavior of the flex wrap no wrap declaration? I mean, there's no wrapping, so it remains on a single line even if they overflow. I think that's the default, though. I don't think you need to specify it. So no wrap is the default setting for that property. So if you don't declare it, then it just goes to the default. Which CSS property is a shorthand for setting both the flex direction and flex wrap properties at once? That's the flex flow. And what's the effect of setting flex direction column reverse on a flex container? So it arranges vertically in a reverse order from bottom to top. Which CSS snippet correctly arranges flex items in a vertical column and allows them to wrap onto a new column if they overflow the container's height? Okay, so we want vertical. So we want column for the direction. You want them to wrap onto a new column if they overflow. So you can set the flex flow to column and then wrap. And that should take care of that. So which justify content value aligns all flex items to the end of the container's main axis? It's going to be flex end. So what is the effect of the following CSS rule on flex items? You have a row and no wrap. So you're going to align in the horizontal, but you're not going to have anything flowing onto the next line. Arranged in a row, overflow the container if they don't fit. Okay. How does justify content space evenly align flex items? So there's an even amount of space between elements in themselves and elements in the container. They have equal space between them and at both ends of the container. Which property would you use to vertically center items when flex direction row is set? Well, you'd have to use align items, right? Align items center. If you have the row set up, that's the same kind of question that we used up there, except they were asking horizontal positioning. What does the flex start value for the justify content property do? Ooh, what does it do? So along the main axis, it pushes them to the start, right? Stretches, no, aligns items to the start of the main axis, the beginning of the container's main axis, right? Justify content. How would you set up a flex container to arrange its items from right to left on a single line and also position them at the top of the container? So on the top of the container, you want flex start, right? So we want from right to left on a single line, so you don't want any wrapping. So we're going to do row reverse. Now that's a question. From right to left, you're doing row reverse. Flex start. I think that's what it is. They don't. Okay, so they don't have an option for flex end. That would be a good option to add as a throw, as something to throw you off, because you might think it was flex end, right? But you have to say like first flip the direction and then apply the orientation of like where it starts and where it ends. Which of the following is a valid declaration for the flex flow property? Flex flow column reverse? No. Center wrap? No, that doesn't work. Column wrap reverse will be the right one. Which of the following CSS rules will result in flex items being centered horizontally and stretched vertically to fill the height of the container? Align items stretch. Flex defaults to row. But this is going to the start. So that doesn't work. Center stretch should work, so it's got to be that one. What effect does align items stretch have when flex direction is set to columns? So it'll stretch the horizontal, right? It'll stretch items horizontally to fill the container's width. If you want to reverse the order of items in a horizontal row, which declaration should you use? Should be row reverse. Which value of align items will position items at the top of a container whose flex direction is row? Let's see. Ooh. So this should be flex start. The cross axis is going the other way. Now here's a question. Align items. What effect does align items have if you have your main axis in reverse order? That's a question I don't know. Don't know the answer to. So what happens in that case? I would assume that it stays the same, like the order, but maybe it doesn't. Does it do a reverse ordering in the column? I don't think it does, right? So the overflow would go to the next line. And then so I'm still thinking that it's that it stays the same. That the cross axis stays the same, right? That's what I would assume. That's what I would guess. So let's see what we got wrong. We have to have gotten something wrong. Did we ace it? Did we ace this one? Let's see. Did we get it all right? We got 20 out of 20? 20 out of 20. Nice. There we go. Then move on to typography here. We're going to do working with CSS fonts here. And I'll share this with the chat, except I'm gonna copy that link and send it there. Let's see, does this work? For some reason it doesn't work when I send it through there. Oh, I see why. There we go. Let's try it again. There it goes. Okay. There we are. Fundamentals of typography. Typography is the art of choosing the right fonts and format to make text visually appealing and easy to read. Type refers to how the individual characters are designed and arranged. By choosing the right fonts for your project, you can evoke emotions, establish hierarchy, and reinforce your brand's identity. We'll start by talking about typefaces and fonts. A typeface is the overall design and style of a set of characters, numbers, and symbols. It's like a blueprint for a family of fonts. A font is a specific variation of a typeface with specific characteristics, such as size, weight, style, and width. Ooh. So a typeface is like a family of fonts, and then a font is a specific variation of a typeface. Okay. Interesting. Got this spot on my glasses that's right in my eye. It's bugging the hell out of me. Oh gosh, I can never get these things clean enough. Okay, that seems better. So two very important examples of typefaces are serif and sans serif. So the serif typeface has a classical style with small lines at the end of characters. Serif typefaces are commonly used for printing materials like books. And some examples are Times New Roman, Georgia, and Garamond. If you put serifs in your digital text, I will stab you. They're so hard to read. Sans serif typeface has a more modern look without the small lines at the end of a character. Sans serif typefaces are commonly used in digital design because they are easy to read on screen. Some examples include Helvetica, Arial, and Roboto. It's just ugly. It's aggressive. It's aggressive. These lines here. Ugh. I also think that like there was something else going on with the way that ink fills on like a whatchamacallit? On the ink pads, like so that when you press it down it would like push towards the ends and stuff. So I think like sans serif fonts would maybe like smudge. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would think that would be a concern. But if you have the serifs on there, then it would just push it to the serifs. Push the excess like ink out there. Okay, so there are other typeface classifications like script, black letter, monospaced, and decorative. Okay, hang on one second. I need to pause for a minute. Okay, Hypatia might chime in as well. So we mentioned that typefaces are like blueprints for fonts. Well, fonts can also be grouped if they share a similar design. Different weights and styles can be combined. For example, Times New Roman includes variations like Times New Roman Bold, italic, and bold italic. These variations within the same font family typically include the thickness of the characters, including light, regular, bold, and black. The style, like the slant and the orientation of the characters, like italic and oblique. The horizontal space occupied by characters is the width, like condensed and expanded. So we're going to explore fundamental elements here. Baseline is the imaginary line on which most characters rest. And the cap height is the height of uppercase letters measured from the baseline to the top. The X height is the average height of lowercase letters, excluding ascenders and descenders. So I guess in like things that go above the X height, and descenders are things that go below the baseline. Is that right? The average height of lowercase letters. Ascenders are parts of lowercase letters that extend above the X height, such as the tops of letters H, B, D, and F. Descenders are the parts of the lowercase that extend below the baseline, so tails of Y, G, P, Q. There are more advanced concepts too, like kerning, tracking, and leading. So kerning is how space is adjusted between specific pairs of characters to improve their readability and aesthetics. For example, reducing the space between the letters A and V. Yep, I see that. Tracking is how much space is adjusted between all characters in a block of text. I use that a little bit when you do like the letter spacing in CSS. It's essentially the distance between the characters. It affects how dense and open the text will be. Let's learn typography. This is leading. Leading is the vertical space between lines of text, measured from the baseline of one line to the baseline of the next line. There's a lot of terminology here. Baseline of one line to the baseline of the next line. Being familiar with these concepts is essential for choosing the right font for your project. Line length can also have a significant impact on readability. If the text is too narrow, readers will need to refocus too often. If the text is too wide, they may experience fatigue. You should find the optimal line length for comfortable reading. So with typography, you can also create a visual hierarchy, helping readers understand what parts of the text or user interface are most important. Larger fonts usually indicate that text is more important. Making the text bold is also helpful for emphasizing it. Underlining text or presenting it in italics is helpful for highlighting key points. Providing accurate spacing around the text can highlight its importance. Okay, I need to reread this one sentence because I kind of spaced it. Visual hierarchy, helping readers understand what parts of the text are of the user face are more important, right? Yeah. Larger fonts usually indicate the text is more important. Making the text bold is also helpful for emphasizing the text. Italics helpful for highlighting key points, and providing accurate spacing around the text can highlight its importance. Color contrast can bring a reader's attention to specific parts of the text, obviously. Having basic knowledge of typography is essential for designing visually engaging applications. By understanding font spacing and hierarchy, you can create visual experiences that enhance the readability of your content and reinforce your brand's identity. We're going to take a quick break, come back and test our knowledge that we just learned here. Okay, let's test our knowledge again here. Which of the following refers to how individual characters are designed and arranged? Designed and arranged. Oh gosh, what? Type? I don't think we did not talk about the beak. We didn't talk about the shoulder. I don't think we talked about glyphs. Glyphs are the individual letters and stuff, right? Or characters. Difference between typeface and a font. Typeface is a specific style of font. No, that's wrong. Font is a specific style of a typeface, while a typeface is the overall design. And what's the main difference between serif and sans serif fonts? Serif fonts are handwritten. Sans serif fonts are printed. Not always. Serif fonts are older than sans serif fonts. Actually, I don't think that's true. I think they first tried to do serifs, sans serif, and realized that there were like issues with readability and with printing, and then that's where the serifs started coming into play. Serif fonts are used for headlines. No. All right, I'm gonna actually let me go back onto here. I think there's some terminology that I would like to take note of here. And so we'll do some terminology here. Is that a 2 or a 3? I think it's a 2. Yep. Okay. So some terminology. So we had width was the thickness. The thickness of a character, or the thickness of all characters. The style, which is slant and orientation. Or this is the weight. The weight is the thickness of the characters. The width is the horizontal space. Okay. Change that there. Let me tab over from there. No, we can't. Great. Now let's explore the fundamental elements of typography. Right, we already did what we call the, let's say, baseline. It's the imaginary line. On which most characters rest. I think that's a fine definition. We had cap height. The height of uppercase letters from baseline to top. So there's no, well, I guess unless you have capital letter that descends below the baseline. I guess that would just be referring to the overall height. Okay, and then, so this is the average height of lowercase letters. Without the ascenders and descenders, and ascender is part of a lowercase letter that extend above the X height. So a descender. below the baseline. And we have kerning, tracking, and leading. Kerning was to improve readability. Aesthetics, and then tracking is the space. A block of text. And then leading is the vertical space between lines of text. So we have, like, this is leading is line height in is the line height property, I believe, in CSS, and then line or letter spacing is the tracking property. Okay, so what are some best practices for working with typography in your designs? So typography is the art and technique of arranging type to communicate effectively. Involves formatting text and selecting appropriate fonts. In this lesson, we'll learn best practices for using typography in a way that enhances readability, hierarchy, and accessibility. Okay, let's start with readability. You should choose clear and simple fonts to make your designs easy to understand. It's particularly important for the main text of your website. Users are more likely to engage with your content if the font is easy to read. Some frequently used fonts for web development are Roboto, Open Sans, Poppins, Lato, and Barlow. There are many to choose from, and you will definitely find one that fits your needs. Isn't Lato like the TikTok font or something? Text should also be large enough for everyone to read it. You should try to keep lines relatively short. The specific number of characters per line really depends on your project, but keeping lines short will make the content easier to read. Heading, subheading, text. You can use font size to create a visual hierarchy for headings, subheadings, paragraphs, and other elements. For example, the main heading on a web page should have a larger font, followed by subheadings with smaller font sizes. This will give every element in the hierarchy a specific font size that helps users navigate through the structure visually. You should use 2 or 3 fonts at most to create a visual consistency. Using too many fonts can make the text more difficult to read and weaken your branding's identity. This can also impact the user experience by increasing the load time of the website. And then we'll just take, so we'll do this here, up on here. So here we have typography. RecodeCamp uses the following types with various font weights in large sizes to ensure readability and typographical hierarchy. So they use Hack 0/ as a primary monospace font. I think I need to do like a brand. I guess I'll just copy the this is basically my content or my template for for branding things. So we'll say free code camp branding. And we'll just get rid of these ones. So the usage for images, we'll get rid of that. That's an example of some other things. Heading, so fonts in here is what I'm looking for. Primary monospace font is, just copy that, put that here. And I wonder if I have that downloaded, because I don't know if I do. Hack 0/. I just like to keep these like documents on hand. Make my own little note for the brand guidelines in case I need to like use them in the future. And then Lato is a primary proportional font. We do have Lato. I know I have that one installed. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. So Lato should be. Oh no, it's not. Lato's not installed. All right, so we can. Oh, it's not. It's not there. We'll download those later. Sax Mono. So for the logo, they use Sax Mono. We definitely do not have that one. And it should probably be in quotes, but I think it's fine without. So we'll just get rid of this. Image and file name, that stuff there. Get rid of that stuff, and then colors, color-wise is what I also keep track of what they might use for different colors. And then like if something changes, I can just go and update it, and then I have like a Git. Should be able to find it. Like, oh well, you should keep track of those things a little better. As far as changes, once you choose 2 or 3 fonts, use them consistently across different pages and elements. These fonts should be consistent with the overall design of your web application, product, or service. Earn certifications, build projects, learn to code. Learn to code for free, build projects, earn certifications. No. Why is that? Oh yeah, they're using the wrong font. They're using the wrong font for the or the wrong font size or weight. You can use white space to create a visual balance and enhance readability. And then for accessibility purposes, we should follow the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. These guidelines set the recommended contrast ratio for text. A higher contrast ratio makes text easier to read, especially for people with visual disabilities. You should also provide options for adjust font size and avoid complex fonts as much as possible. So how do you do that though? So as a general rule, you should use simple fonts whenever possible. If your content is easy to read, users are more likely to engage with it. Final tip for working with typography is making sure that your fonts are displayed correctly on different screen sizes and devices. Typography is a powerful tool for creating beautiful designs and engaging user experiences. By understanding the fundamentals of typography and applying these best practices can create effective designs. So which of the following is a very important factor for ensuring readability in web typography? Maximize the font size. Achieve optimal contrast, though, between text and background. Right. When choosing fonts for a website, it's generally recommended to limit the number of font families to improve consistency. Which of the following best describes the concept of visual hierarchy in typography? Using only one font style throughout a design. Prioritizing the most important information through font size and style is probably the most likely thing there. Okay, so I have my own branding guidelines too. That's what I do here. So with codes, I have my color palette, which I need to change a bit. And I have to really think about what I need, what I want for these things. So we should keep it to 2 or 3. So for headings, I know I've been using knee-wave. Headings, I mostly use knee-wave, just as I do in the other one. I think I have it on here. This is actually backwards. For headings, I've been using knee-wave, with Averia being another thing to use for text, basically. Caveat I could use for text as well. And then the large font. I think for small font we were using Averia because it looks really good small, especially the Graça. And Caveat brush for larger text. And I need to change the whatchamacallit for that, don't I? So so for headings, I should do something like, let's do 28 point. For large text, should do 24 point or something like that. And then for small text, which we were doing for 12 point, and then for caveat for the regular text 16 point. That's what we do, and that looks pretty neat. Headings, knee-wave, font. Let's try to move that up. I think we can. I think we can move that one up. There we go. Knee-wave, caveat brush. Averia Graça Libra looks good small, and Caveat looks fine as a 16.1 as well. Erasa being 12 point. Yeah. So that one looks good small. We have the caveat brush. So we are using 4 types, but caveat is kind of... Could use caveat brush for regular text too. I just think that for a larger font, it should be caveat brush and then that. I need a monospace font though, I think. I don't think Libra is monospace. I don't have one. So I need to define one. I need to find one actually. I don't know how I add an extra line here. I don't know. How do I insert a line? I'm supposed to have advanced scene switcher or advanced tables on. Find to enter to table navigation. Tab works for that as well. That. Not there. There we go. Okay. So advanced table should be here. Just need to insert a row here. Let's insert row. Is it this one? Insert row above. There we go. So we need a monospace font. Not touched this document in a while. I have a whole bunch of different palettes that I was working with as well. I am doing this like, should be cohesive. I think that the main difference is the color. I want the font sizes to maybe be the same. Maybe I want different. I don't know. I am trying to merge this stuff into one. It's gonna be difficult. I'm gonna take a break and come back in 4 minutes. All right, we're going to touch on what are font families and how they work. A font family is a group of fonts share a common design. Let's go ahead and add that to our terminology note for today. So all the fonts that belong to the same family are based on the same core typeface, but they also have variations in their style, weight, and width. You can think of them as siblings or who share similar characteristics. But also have some differences. For example, Arial is a font family that includes variations like Arial Bold and Arial Italic. In CSS, you can set the font family with the font family property. Here's an example of setting the font for the paragraph Arial. Nice. Let's shrink this for a second just so we can get this side by side. Paragraph not using Arial font. And then a paragraph using Arial font above. Okay. What if the font family is not found? You can specify multiple font families in order of priority from highest to lowest by separating them with commas. These alternative fonts will act as fallback options. In this example, Arial is a primary font and Lato is an alternative font. Arial and later. Okay. Example paragraph using specified fonts. But, okay, so it's using Arial there. And then, but what if, so if it doesn't find Arial, and use Lato. It should have put example paragraph, because it's very confusing to see whether or not Lato is available. I don't think it is. The browser will render the first font if it's found on the device. If not, the second font will be rendered. It's kind of backwards. I mean, Lato is less popular than Arial. You should also know this process works behind the scenes. The selection process doesn't stop if the first font is available. The font family is chosen one character at a time. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's useful then. Okay, so if we don't have a specific character, the browser looks for it in the lower priority fonts. That is interesting. Yes. I didn't think that that would be useful. But yes, I should absolutely use that because I think that in some of my cases, I want a fallback. Yeah. So in the context of web development, you'll also find generic font families. They're very important. A generic font family is a default font that web browsers will render when the higher priority fonts are not available. To ensure that the content is still readable, the browser replaces the original font with the most appropriate font found. Based on the generic font family specified, some of the most commonly used ones are serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive, and fantasy. There are more options to choose from. In the code below, you have 3 alternative font families. So here we have Arial, Lato, and a sans serif font. So I think it's going to back up to a sans serif font if you do it that way. Huh. So let's take a note of this. We have default or generic fonts. Here, serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive, and fantasy. Arial has the highest priority. If Arial is not found, then the browser will try to render Lato. If neither is found, the browser will use the generic sans serif font family, selecting a font with these characteristics from those installed on the user system. You should always include a generic font family at the end of the font family list. Keep in mind that the generic font may look different from the font that you originally envisioned in your design. So it's always helpful to check how these fallback fonts look on different browsers. To make the user experience as consistent as possible, it's also recommended to use web-safe fonts. These font families are usually installed on most devices, so they're very likely to be found and rendered correctly for most users. We'll learn more about them in the next lessons. Font families are essential in the world of web design. By using the font family property, you can instantly transform the look and feel of your text. So what is the primary purpose of the font family CSS property? It is to define the typeface used for the text. Which of the following is a common generic font family? Sans serif. How can you specify multiple font families as a fallback in CSS? You can separate them with commas. And so there we go. Let's move along to web-safe fonts. So a web-safe font is a subset of fonts that are very likely to be installed on a computer or device. Let's take a note of that. A computer is a device, so I mean that's a little redundant. Likely to be installed on a device. They are widely, and a device is a computer. I mean they're both the same thing. They are widely supported across different operating systems and web browsers, so it's very likely that they will be rendered and displayed consistently. So let's see how this works. Browsers are responsible for interpreting and displaying fonts on a website. When the browser has to render a font, it tries to find the font file on the user's system. But if the font is not found, it will usually fall back to a default system font. This ensures that the content is still readable, even if the specific font that should be rendered on the website is missing. However, the fallback selected by the browser may look very different from the font that was originally supposed to be rendered. This can have a critical impact on the overall design and user experience. To avoid this, you should use web-safe fonts whenever possible. So you have two options. You can either use them as a primary font, or you can use custom fonts with a web-safe font as a fallback option. This way you can control how the website will look in case the custom font is not found. Um, there we go. Now we're back at, okay. There we go. Let's check out some examples of web-safe fonts. And in a previous lesson, we learned that sans serif fonts are commonly used for web development because they don't have small feet or lines at the end of characters, so they're easy to read on screen. Some examples of web-safe sans serif fonts are Arial, Verdana. Verdana's a nice one. I like that one. Trebuchet. I don't know. Trebuchet. Not a fan. Wait, which one's which? There's Arial there. Trebuchet or Verdana's this one. And then Trebuchet. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Verdana. That's what it is. Trebuchet looks nice. I like that one. I like the exclamation point. It's very, very slick. In contrast, serif fonts do have small feet at the end of their characters, so they're commonly used for traditional print. But if you ever need to use them for web development purposes, web-safe serif fonts include Times New Roman, Georgia, and by using web-safe fonts, you can make sure that your design looks consistent across devices and platforms. They can also enhance accessibility for users with visual disabilities since they are simple and easy to read. Finally, web-safe fonts can reduce page load time since they don't have to be downloaded if they're already installed. Now that you know what web-safe fonts are, you can start using them and assigning them as fallbacks to create reliable user experiences across browsers and platforms. Which of the following is a key characteristic of web-safe fonts? They are widely supported across different platforms and browsers. Which of the following is not a web-safe font? Arial, Verdana, Georgia? Dancing script, maybe? They didn't mention it. Okay. When are web-safe fonts particularly useful? For basic web design and when consistent rendering is a priority. Okay. We are on to the font face rule and how it works. Interesting. So before we dive in, you should know that what an at rule is in CSS. At rules are statements that provide instructions to the browser. Let's see that. So we have So this is specifically related to typography. It's not gonna be, so that's why I'm putting the @rules thing up there. Yeah. These CSS notes are what I'm picking up there. So you can use them to define various aspects of the style sheet, such as media queries, which we looked at from the book by I think it's Ben Frayne. The responsive web design with HTML and CSS. So you can have keyframes, which we'll look at, I think, when the animations come into play. Font faces and more. So we'll learn more about concepts like media queries and keyframes in future lessons, but this time we'll learn about the font face rule. The font face, you can define a custom font by specifying the font file format and other important properties like weight and style. And so this is the basic syntax. You can see font face followed by a block enclosed by curly brackets. And so we can put this like here with the CSS. We can do font face. You can have a, oh, that doesn't work. There we go. Within the curly brackets, you'll need to include descriptors to customize your font face. You see some of the commonly used ones. The font family descriptor specifies the name that you will use throughout the style sheet to refer to that font. For example, let's say that you define this font face rule. It has the font family descriptor defined, and its value is my custom font. Okay. So in that case, you would need to use that name in your style sheet wherever you want to assign that custom font family to all of the elements matched by a CSS selector. For example, you would use it as the value of font family. So you would define it there and then use it in other selectors. So before the font face @role will be valid, you also need to specify a source. This contains references to the font resources. It's basically a list of external references or locally installed font face names separated by commas. Can also include hints about the format and terminology of the font resources. So here's an example here. SRC, you can have a URL, path to font WAF2. You can do a URL. Okay, so you can maybe try to find it locally, right? Before resorting to maybe downloading. You'll need to write the file path within parentheses and quotation marks, including the file extension. Now for each font resource, you can also specify the format. This is optional. It's a hint for the browser on the font format. If the format is omitted, the resource will be downloaded and the format will be detected after it's downloaded. If the format is invalid, the resource will not be downloaded. Possible font formats include collection, embedded, open type. Let's see. Open type, SVG, true type, WAF, WAF2. An example of a font formats, notice how we write the specific format within parentheses and quote. Okay. So we can copy that. So this is going to be for WAF2. You write the format. For this, we write format. WALFIT. This is just format open type. Okay. So in this example, we can see that we're specifying the WAF2 format, the open type format, and the WAF format. So WAF stands for Web Open Font Format. And then the difference between WAF and WAF2 is the algorithm used to compress the data. OpenType is a format for scalable computer fonts developed by Microsoft. And that allows users to access additional features in a font. It's widely used across major operating systems. In addition to specifying the format, you can also specify the technology of the font resource. So this is optional too. Here's an example where we specify the technology of the second font resource. You can do tech. COLRV1. These are fundamentals of the font face rule. With this @rule, you can specify the font file to define custom fonts for your unique designs. So primary purpose of @fontface is to define custom fonts, to adjust the line spacing? No. Following properties required, you need the source. And the primary advantage of using this, rather than, whatchamacallit, it's like a simplified font management, maybe, enhanced customization. I don't know, is that what they want? Yeah. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. All right, I gotta get my head back into this. I'm like starting to get a little bit of reading fatigue, as I often do. So let me do some LinkedIn games to get the brain going again. Wow, the load. Oh, Patches O'Houlihan. Okay. Here we go. All right, so what needs to happen? So we have 4. 4 as a square, it can only go here. 4 as a square can only go there. You have to have the 3 there. You have to have the 2 there then, in that case. Wait a minute. We have a mistake. 4 can go here. And it has to, because we need to have that one available. I guess 4 could also go there. So I was wrong. 4 is a square there. 4 is a square there. 2 is there, and then that. Okay. Well, okay. Several redraws. 5 redraws. Not great. Okay. Zip it up. Zip, zippity dude. Let's go. Here we go. Come on. 2. We got to go around to 3, up to 4, around here. Like this. And I think somebody probably beat me by 4 seconds. These guys are too good. They're too good at it. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. So we have a 6 goes there, 6, and then 4 is going to go here, 5 going to go there. Can we place the 1s? We should be able to. 1's here, and then 1 here, and then 2 goes here. 3, 5, and 6. So 3 has to be here or here. Oh, we can place a 6 here, but nowhere else, right? So then we can place 6 here or here. But 6 has to be in the top in the other one, so it has to be down in this bottom one. So 6 has to be in this row. Okay, so 2 and 3. So how about 2s? 2s, how about 6s? Can we place 6s yet? No, because we still have these 2 with the 2 up top there. 2s. Can we do 2s? We can put 2 here. 2s, no. 5 and 6. 5 and 6, no. Can't place 5 or 6 there. 3, 4. 3 and 4. 4 here or here. And then there, and then there. Okay, so 2, 3. 3 can be here. 3 has to be there. 3 can be there, there, and there, there. Along with 4, right? 4 can be there, 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 or there. Okay. 2 and 5. 3, so 2, and then 4, 5, 4 and 6. 4 and 6, so 6 has to be there, 4 there. 5 there, 3 and 6, so 6 there, 3 here. 4 and 3, and that's not as fast as everybody else. Oh, maybe it is. Okay. I underestimate myself. Okay. Do these ones. We do have several theorems that I take use of. So like this one, I'll explain afterwards. I need to turn off. I need to shut the window. A lot of noise. Okay, let's see here. There we go. I think somebody probably did it faster. No, okay. Well, if you look at... How come I can't go back and look at it? I want to look at what it looks like. "50% of CEOs." Okay. Alright, so we know that the purple has to be in that first column, which that means 1 and 2, 1 and 2. 2 and 3, 2 here, so we know that. Okay, so there's orange and green in that one, and then red has to be here. Eliminate that row. There and there. There and there. So yellow's going to be... Oh, farts. Farts. Has to be in here. Right? No, it doesn't. Hang on a second. What am I doing? What am I doing? I thought I had to be in there. It doesn't have to be in there. It's in there. That one. There. 1, 2, and 3. So we know that this can't be there. Replace the green. Get rid of that. Put that one there. Put that one there. Right there. That. There, and there. Oh, I could have done it in that much time rather than a minute and 20. Valuable metal who's that's gold. Here goes nothing. Hang on a second. Better than average, but not great is good. Parts of a footprint are feet, toes. Sticky substances are goos, so toes is gonna go up here. Gold is gonna go in between. Oh wait, no, gold goes here, and goose goes up there. Okay. Small pegs used to raise golf balls, golf tees. Pinpoint white. Mr. White, Walter White, Chalky White. Chocolate. Pirate, white pirate, white patch, pirate booty, white booty. Any white booties? Patch. Pirate ship. Flag. Okay, whatever. All right, let's get back into the focus here. How do you work with external fonts like Font Squirrel and Google Fonts? External font is a font file, not included directly within your project files. I probably used some of these in the projects. You should have seen them. I definitely have used them, and I've imported them from Google Fonts. Oh God. Curious what the heck Font Squirrel is. Font Squirrel. Do I want to add this as a whatchamacallit? Free fonts have met their match. So we don't have to worry about any of the bullshit from Google, which is nice. Okay, so can I search? What is this? Font maturator? Font match? Font identifier? Font talk? Creative market fonts? Free fonts for commercial use? Is there a search? Let's see. Search and then see what if this comes up. So we're gonna look for New Wave. It should show up. And here we go. So I'm gonna add this. Search. What is a search check? Nothing on there, but you can run the same thing on Google. So it will show up on there though. I do know that. You can also run it on Font Spring. We do know that it is in Google. Where'd it come from then? It's Tyler Fink. Okay, I do. Okay. I kind of like this designer. This typographer. New Wave. Variable on one axis, two axis. I don't know what any of that means. I want some monospace fonts too. So really, New Wave is not on there. Tyler Fink has not added their stuff up onto there. Only on Google. Okay. Maybe that's a indication to move away from there. But I'm gonna save this. So I don't know what search check equals yes means. I don't know. Search for that or search. Okay, so I'm gonna add this to my list of search engine things. So we'll do font Squirrel, and then put the S in there. Does that work like that? Advanced. Advance. Suggestions. In place of the search term. Hmm. Keyword could be squirrel. And then we'll just move that to the top, I think. Where did it go? There it is. Get up here. Font squirrel. Font squirrel. So if I go up here, let me move this over to the side here. We'll do squirrel. Search with font squirrel. And we'll search for what's the other one we use? We use caveat. I don't know if that's specific to Google. It is here, so that's nice. Very neat. And available for what now? You can download the true type. Can we search for it? Can we go look at the features of it? Okay. There we go. So we have caveat bold and caveat brush. So it is there. It does have quite a number of glyphs available. I like brush as an extra bold, caveat bold. Interesting. You can look at the glyphs. This designer did a really good job here. Pesha. Hi, Pesha. Baby girl, come on. So an external font is a font file that is not included directly within your project files. They're usually hosted on a separate server. A server is a computer that provides data or services to other computers over a network. You will learn more about servers in future lessons, so external fonts give you more flexibility because you can use custom fonts that may not be installed on the user's device. Google Fonts and Font Squirrel are popular online resources for finding and using free fonts for web development purposes. You can incorporate them into your projects very easily. So first, look at Google Fonts. It's a Google service that offers a collection of fonts, many of which are designed specifically for web development on the Google Fonts user interface. You can see many different elements. Let's go through them one by one. On the left sidebar, you will find a section to see Find and Filter Fonts. Let's go over to that, actually. Google Fonts. Special section on Noto. Sans Nabatin. Interesting. A collection of high-quality fonts with various weights, widths, and styles, perfect for communicating in more than 1,000 languages and over 150 writing systems. A section where you can find and download icons for your web projects. A section where you can learn more about fonts and their best practices, followed by frequently asked questions. To add a Google font to your website, you should go to the first section, Fonts. You can customize the preview text on the left sidebar where it says Preview. Just write the text that you would like to see and it will be updated automatically. This is helpful to preview the font with the text that you already have in mind for your website. You can also adjust the font size and filter the fonts based on characteristics. To see more information about a font, just click on it and you will see more important information about the font, who designed it, preview text, different styles like light, regular, medium, bold, and black. If you click on the options at the top, you can go to the type tester, see individual glyphs, and learn more about the font and its license. You can customize the font size of the preview text with the blue slider located next to the field where you enter text. Of course, we've always used this. What's this playwright thing? It's interesting. Disregard and contempt for. It's so weird looking. Where is this like excerpt coming from? Because it is definitely a choice. So once you're ready to add the font to your project, you can click on the blue Get Font button at the top. You'll be taken to a summary page where you'll see the fonts that you currently have selected. You can select multiple fonts, so multiple fonts can be selected simultaneously. Now that you... next you have to choose if you would like to download the font files to add them to your project as local files, or if you would like to use them as external fonts and download them from Google servers when a user enters your website. Click on download all if you want to download them, but if you prefer to use them as external fonts on Google servers, click on get embed code. If you click on get embed code, you'll see the instructions that you should follow to add these external fonts to your project. For web development projects, you have two options. You can either use a link element or import. If you choose the link element option, you can copy and paste the HTML snippet and the CSS rules to add them to your project. You should embed the code in the head element of your HTML file and the CSS rules that fit your needs. Right, so you can do as a link in your head, HTML head, or as an import into the CSS. So an example of using all Roboto styles here: thin, light, regular, medium, bold, black. There we go. There's a CSS rule for each font style. Each rule assigns the custom fonts with fallback fonts in case the custom fonts are not loaded properly. If you choose the import option instead, you will need to add that rule to your CSS file. And the CSS rules are exactly the same. If you only want to include specific font styles, you also have the option to remove them from these snippets. And then the HTML and CSS snippets will be updated automatically. So, and this is Google Fonts. It's one of the more popular options for finding free and open source fonts for web development projects. Another great option is Font Squirrel, where you can find and download the custom fonts that you envision for your design. If you search for a font and click on a result, you'll see more details about the font, including specimens, test drive, glyphs, and web font kit. Okay. You can also see samples of different styles and variations of the font, like thin, light, bold, and whatnot. So if we go, let's go back to search. All right, we're gonna take a break actually. Okay, so we were looking at the Font Squirrel site. So you can see samples of different styles and variations of the font in there. Doesn't... So there's older version, 2014. So once you've decided on a font that you want to use in the project, go to the Web Font Kit tab. You can find, check if the font's license allows you to use it in font-face CSS embeddings. You can also choose the subset and format. Right, okay, so they have different formats. So the TTF is being replaced by WALP, okay. Web Open Font Format, is that what it is? Web Open Font Format, yep, okay, that's what it was. No longer supported or required for any browser. So if you unzip it, you'll find the Web Fonts folder. The license as a text file and HTML file with instructions on how to use web fonts. The Web Fonts folder will have all the font files that you need for your project. You will find them grouped into specific folders for different fonts styles. If you open the HTML file on a browser, it has instructions on how to add the fonts to your project, how to include them in the style sheet with the font face declaration, and how to use them in CSS rules. So this is how you can add custom Font Squirrel fonts to your project. You can host them on a separate server and use them as external fonts. External fonts are very helpful for customizing the overall look and design of your website. They can make your website truly unique. However, you should also keep in mind that using multiple external fonts can increase the load time, increasing overall performance. You should always strive to find a balance between style and efficiency. The primary advantage of using external fonts from services like Font Squirrel and Google Fonts is the expanded selection and variety, usually, right? Improved browser compatibility. I don't know about that. What is a potential drawback of using multiple external fonts? It's going to load a longer time to load. Importance of providing fallback fonts when using external fonts. So to display the text correctly, even if the external font is not loaded properly, should be the answer there. There we go. All right, and finally, what's the text shadow property and how does it work? CSS doesn't apply any shadows to the text by default. This is an example of a paragraph without any shadows, but if you need to add shadows, you can use the text shadow property. In CSS, you can describe a shadow through a combination of its offset and blur radius and color. You need to specify the X and Y offsets, which represent the horizontal and vertical distance of the shadow from the text respectively. These values are required. So an example of how to apply a shadow here that looks terrible. And so we'll add a blur radius. If we add a blur radius of 10 pixels, there we go. Now that looks a little neater. You can even, let's shrink it down there. Blur radius of 2, maybe 1. There we go. Still looks terrible. If you did a color, white. How about peach? Puff. Peach puff. There we go. So the text and shadow will look similar, but we can also customize the color of the shadow by specifying the value before or after the offset. That's set the shadow color, use hexadecimal color. You can use any valid color format. We touched on that before a while ago. Colors was handled in on day 11. So if you want to go back and take a look at what those options are, that's where that is. Writing the color after the offset, but you can also write the color before the offset. Okay, so it will parse it correctly either way. And also differentiate the shadow from text. It's also important to see how positive and negative values affect the shadow offset. Of course, it's just moving it around. Of course, the origin is in the upper left. Positive numbers go to the right, and then negative, to the right and down. Negative numbers go up and to the left. Now the shadow will move left and up in relation to the text grid, but the shadow is not looking very nice because it looks exactly like the original text, but placed behind it. To make it look nicer, you add a third value, the blur radius, and this value is optional, but makes the shadow look a lot smoother and more subtle. The default value of the blur radius is zero. The higher the value, the bigger the blur, which means the shadow becomes lighter. Now it's starting to look like a shadow. It's more blurry. So we can focus on the main text while the shadow adds some style in the background. From here, we can tweak the values a little bit until we find a combination of offset, color, and blur radius that fits our needs. It's also helpful to know that the text can have more than one shadow. You just need to write them in the same text shadow property, separated by commas. They will be applied in layers from front to back with the first shadow at the top. Here's an example of a paragraph with 3 shadows applied in layers. Notice that all these shadows are defined in the same text shadow property and separated by commas. So text shadow is a powerful CSS property for making your text stand out. It can also enhance the overall design of your web application by choosing the offset, blur, and color. You can create a wide range of shadow effects. So what is the primary purpose of the text shadow CSS property? It's to create a shadow effect for text, of course. So how can you create a black text shadow with a horizontal offset to the right and a blur radius of 5 pixels? So So you set the first value to 5 pixels, and then you want it to have 0 in the vertical, and you want a blur radius of 5 pixels. So that's that one. How can you create multiple layered text shadow effects? So you define multiple shadows in the text property. And there we go. So that's the theory section. It's all the reading. Now we get to do some more exciting stuff now. So it is quite tiring to just read for 2 hours. It's not my favorite thing there. So we're gonna create this nutrition facts thing that looks pretty cool. Oh gosh, I think they're gonna give us all of this. I don't think we're, well, maybe we're gonna fill in all the HTML here. There are quite a lot of elements here. You have divs for each thing with some space between for these things. So you have flex in the one direction, and then inside of that other, you're putting, nesting another container inside of there, flex container that's going to be handling the horizontal. So make use of both. All right, so let's get set up here. We're gonna put the preview over here. Let's put it up over there. Gosh. I have this set right? Okay, so it's there. Let me give myself a little bit more space here. Here we go. Hypatia, please. Gosh. Here, come on. So we've been provided with the boilerplate. Of course, we need to add a couple things here. We're going to add an H1 element that's going to say nutrition facts. And then the second thing is going to be a paragraph for servings per container. Are they going to have us put all of the content before we even get to see what it looks like here? Because I really don't like having to do this background thing. And then you have to link it, and then you have to link the style sheet. So come on, guys, let's just get the styles going already. And then because it like overrides everything, I can't. Can't stand this part of it. Doesn't work for it just doesn't work. It doesn't work for dark mode. So we have to link the style sheet, of course. So dumb. So dumb that I have to do this. So what do I do? Do I copy this one and then paste it there, or do I copy paste the other one? Which one? So annoying. Add a second P element with the text. Serving size 2/3 cup 55G. There we go. We go on to the next one, and then they wipe out all of our previous stuff. Finally, we're going to add this, and then we're going to add a it's not even going to be the style sheet. It's going to be a fucking font. Come on, guys. Come on. The rel is style sheets. And then the source, or the href, is fonts. Google APIs.com CSS family is Open Sans. 800, and so that'll add that, and you can also add a link to the styles. Okay. Let's copy that because it's so annoying. There we go. Okay. Create a body selector and give it a font family. Set to Open Sans, and then we're going to have a fallback of sans serif. Okay, and of course, I want my background to be white again, and that's what that looks like. Is that the same font? I don't know if that's the same font. Or you have to set it in... You don't have to put it in quotes. It doesn't have to be in quotes. It will parse it just fine. The font is a bit small. Create an HTML selector. And set it to have a font size of 16 pixels. Once again, change the background to white so we can see this stupid shit. Okay. There we go. All right. Wrap your H1 and P elements in a div element. Class should be set to label. There we go, and we're going to style that label. We're going to give it a border set to 2 pixels, solid black. Not that it's going to matter. You're not going to be able to see shit anyway. Background set to white. There we go. Can't just change the change this to light mode. It's so annoying. Okay. We're going to give the label selector a width property of 270. pixels. That sets that. Set the background to white. That's what it looks like. Get rid of this. The top there. Moving along. Give your label selector a margin property of 20 pixels auto and a padding property of 0 and 7 pixels. Change the body selector to the background to be white. Nutrition facts there up into there. Fine. So I'm going to zoom in on this just to make it a little bit easier to see. If you inspect your label element with your browser's tools, you may notice that it's actually 288 pixels wide instead of 270. This is because by default, the browser includes the border and padding when determining an element's size. So to solve this, we're going to reset the box model by creating a star selector and setting the box sizing property to border box. There we go. Set the background to white. Remember that the use of H1 and H2 and similar tags determine the semantic structure of your HTML. However, you can adjust the CSS of these elements to control the visual flow and hierarchy. Create an H1 rule and set the font weight property to 800. This will make your H1 text bolder. Go up to the border selector or the body selector. Set the background to white. So we can see this, and then give your H1 selector a text align property of center. Okay. Fine. Okay. Fine tune the placement of your H1 by giving it a top and bottom margin of negative. Let's just make sure that we can see what this looks like. The label can be, just change the label background there. That's fine. Setting the margin to negative. Top and bottom of -4 and then a left and right of that. Okay. What happens if you don't have that? Yeah, the H1 elements just have so much is it padding or the margin? There's just so much margin around or something. Is it the margin? What is it actually about it? Where's the box model? The box model should be here, right? The layout of that element is that. All right, we're going to have to take a lunch. And we'll be back. So there is no padding. That's what I was kind of curious about. If we don't have that on there, then the heck? There it is. 21.44 margin is set around that, which is interesting. I don't know why they have such a large margin around it. Tell them large margin sent you. Okay. And then in the next bits, we're going to finish this up. We're on step 15. And let me actually get my pomodoro, the number of steps. I completely forgot about setting the number of steps here. Where is it? 68 steps, so we have quite a few. Okay. And that should update eventually. But we're going to go on break, take a lunch, come back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. I gotta reset the timer here. Hang on a second. Oh God, it's been a day. Still have our gas off in our apartment, so no hot water. Pain in the pants. Okay, so we're gonna finish up a couple things here. We've got building this nutrition label, which we really just started. We've got like 53 more steps. Got to build a newspaper article as the lab, and so I don't expect the lab to be that involved though. And we keep running into this issue here where this is coming up as the background is just messed up. I don't know why. I don't know what I can do to change that. It just doesn't work in dark mode when you go into a new window. I don't know. Someone at Free Code Camp, look into your little thing here where you open the preview up into another window. Doesn't respect dark. Well, it respects dark mode too much. doesn't set the background. It's kind of hard to see. So we'll go back up to the label and we'll make the label itself, or actually let's make the whole body background white, and come down here. We got to select this. We're just going to remove all of the margins for whatever reason, and we want full control over the margins. You can become a sip otter. Definitely consider doing that. I accidentally sent a message that I didn't mean to. So that sucks. Let's see, hopefully it won't run. Hopefully it'll fail. It might not run. Well, we'll take a look at it in a minute. All right, and as always, you can support me at Ko-fi if you are so inclined. You can check the video description for a link to that as well. So we want to create a div element below our H1 element and give it a class called divider. And I guess we're just gonna put a divider in there. So let's go back up to body. Let's put the background of white. And we'll select the divider, and we're going to set a border bottom property to 1 pixel solid, and the color is going to be some kind of gray. There we go. But we also want it to have top and bottom margin of 2 pixels. So we'll do a margin 2 pixels and a 0 in the other. Okay. Zoom in on this. There we go. Okay, back at this, we're gonna set background white. The letter spacing property can be used to adjust the space between each character of text in the element. In our H1 element, we're going to set letter spacing. So this is the tracing or something, the tracking. In typography parlance, tracking is letter spacing. Letter spacing is tracking. 0.15 pixels. Okay. So they have a lot of bold text to draw attention from. I go into another. No, it won't let me switch off into that. Just gotta go into there. And we want to give our second P element a class of bold, I guess. And then we want to just set bold. It does not have any styling yet, so let's go create a bold selector. And we're going to give it a font weight of 800. So I want to change the body. There we go. So without that bold, looks like that, but with it, it looks pretty sharp there. And then we're going to go ahead and remove the font weight property from the H1 selector. Okay. So now we're going to give the H1 element a class of bold, so bold class, setting that to that, there we go. And we're gonna wrap the 2/3 cup span element in a span, or we're gonna wrap the 2/3 cup thing into a span element. Okay. Okay. We don't want to give it any. So we want the span to actually be around this. Just this part, okay. Oh, wait, they want it around the 55 grams, okay. Okay. All right, now we're gonna add the horizontal flex spacing. Pick up the body. So the paragraph, we want to make each paragraph to be a flex container, and then so we're going to set the justify content. So along the main axis, along the row, the horizontal axis, we're going to space between. There we go. I gotta put that back on. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Okay, and that's kind of separates them along the, puts them on into different sides of the container. And so we'll also add there, go back over here. We're going to wrap everything within the label element in a new header element. So wrap that in a header, and then the end of the body. Do a Control Shift or a Alt Shift F and do that. Okay, so everything within the label element as a header. That's what they want. Okay. Back to here. Every single time we gotta change the background. Update the H1 selector to be header H1. Specifically target your H1 element within your new header. Okay, and then create a new div element below your header element. Okay. Class of this should be divider large. Okay, that works. And what we want to create a new large selector. Before I do that, I want to go up to the body again and change the background. Back over to here. Okay, so in the large selector, we're going to give the height property 10 pixels. We're also going to create a large medium selector. Large medium. We haven't even created a medium class in the HTML, but that's okay. The background color is going to be black there for the large medium. Okay. You may notice there's still a small border at the bottom of the large element. And so what we're going to do is to reset the large and medium to border size of 0. That takes care of that. Okay, and we're going to create a new div below the large element and give it a class attribute set to calories info. Okay. There we go. Okay, within that, let's give it some content. And we're going to set another div inside of here, and it's going to be the left container. We're going to nest a H2 element inside here called the amount per serving. I'm going to give this a class of bold small text. There we go. So the rem unit stands for root M relative to the font size of the HTML element. I'm going to go up to the body here and change the background again. Go to the end again. So we're going to create a small text selector and set the font size to 0.85 rem. And that changes the amount per serving to be smaller. Yeah, okay. We're going to create a calories info. H2, and we're going to remove all the margins. So before we do that, we're going to go to the top here and change the background to white. Calories info H2. So on the calories, the H2 element of the calories info div container will reset the margin to 0. And then below our small text element, we're going to create a new P element with the text calories. Okay, there's got to be a way to navigate between these two with the keyboard. Don't exactly know. Can I do like control? No, can't do control page up, page down. So it's not exactly like a VS Code thing. You know, different frames. Just kind of spacing here for a second. So we have our small text element, but I don't see where it is. Right here, okay. We're gonna create a paragraph element with the text calories. Okay. And below the left container element, entire element, we're going to do a new span element, text 230. Okay. Is that what we want? It is what we want, apparently. Let's see. Up here, we're going to create a new calories info selector. Give it a display of flex. And we're going to justify the content as space between. There we go. And we've got to do something with that calorie thing, though. To align items, we want to be flex end. Okay. So what's happening here? Let's take a look at the calories info div here. So we'll get rid of all this stuff for a second. So inside of the calories info div, remember we set the space between the justify content and align items for flex end. So we have this flex container, this calories info. So giving it justify content of so there's two items inside of the calories info, right? Two items, two flex items. First item is the left container. Second item is this span element. The setting the space between value for justify content, since these are in rows, means that we're putting one at the beginning. Since we only have the two elements, we're putting one flush with the beginning, at the start and then one flush with the end of the row. Then aligning the items vertically so that the left container is at the bottom of the container, and the span element is at the bottom of the container as well. So it's kind of, this feels weird. It feels like a weird choice to choose flex for this rather than grid. I know we'll talk about grid later, but this definitely feels like a grid type of thing. You know? I don't know. I hope that makes sense. So then we create a new calories info selector, give it a display property, set the flex. Right, so we already did all that. Let's move along. Okay. Step 35, we're halfway there, and I'm going to create a left container. So we have a selector selecting the paragraph elements that have the left container as its parent, as their parent. Going to set the margin top and bottom to -5 pixels, and the left and right to -2 pixels. So with that, without, and it's looking a little cramped there. Well, we're gonna adjust the font size to 2M and the font weight to 700. That looks humongous. 230 calories. Okay. Become a sip otter. That cold coffee, and it hits so well. It really does. Okay. So we're creating a calories info span selector here. Before we do that, we'll go back up here. Change our background again. Oops. Oh, shoot. There we go. Now we'll target the span element of this specifically. And we'll set the font size to be bigger. 2.4 M. So taking 2.4 times the size of the container there. So it kind of overflows into the other part of the container there. So inside of that one container where you have a label, divider, so we have class, divider, and header. So we have header, div. So we have header and calories info div here as, and the divider there. Those are the three items inside of our label flex container. I think we set label to be a flex container along there, did we not? Oh, we didn't. It's just a block. So it's just using block layout right now. Okay, that's fair enough. Where every element gets its own line. So font size 2.4 M, and we're gonna set the font weight to 700. And then that is quite bold. You can see the change there. We're gonna finish this one up when I come back. So let's get back to it. Back to it now. Let's go. So typography is more of an art often than it is a science. You may have to tweak things like alignment until it looks correct. Of course. We're going to set the margin for the calorie info span element here, and we're going to set it to -7 pixels in the vertical and -2 pixels in the horizontal. And this will shift the 230 into place. And that's interesting that now... Okay, so I don't know what happened, but somehow the calories info was bold before. Oh, there it is. And now, okay, so that's what happened. All right, so it's kind of looking like it's floating off into there, but yeah, I got to give it the same margin and spacing. I'm kind of okay. This is why I don't think that this is the right choice for using Flex as a layout here. Like the baseline should be the same. They're not on the same baselines. Okay, go back over here. The body, set the body to white there. And then below the calories info element, we're going to add a div for having another divider. That's a medium size. We still haven't specified what medium means, but maybe we'll do that right now. Let's see. So we will create a medium. We're going to select the medium class and give it a height of 5 pixels. There we go. Goes up there. A div class here. So below the divider medium class div element, we're going to have a sibling div element with the class daily value and small text. And within this new div, we're going to add a paragraph element with the text percentage daily value and a star. Interesting. And we're going to set that as a class to be bold and right. So we're going to maybe align that item to the right, maybe with using align self, since we are still in that we're still in that label. Yeah, we're still in that label container. Oh, before we do that, let's go up here. Change the background to white. That's going to change some things, though. We want to do it for the HTML, right? There we go. Okay. With the class right selected, we're going to change the justify content. And if we do flex end, that'll push it to the right. Now we're going to use our existing divider element as an example to add a new divider after this here. So we're going to use our existing divider element as an example to add a new divider after the P element. Still within the same div, or using the same Okay, so I'm going to do a shift alt down and copy, and so I'll just do an alt down and move that one underneath. I think that's what they want us to do. Within the daily value element, so we actually want it inside of here. Okay. A little odd to me, right? Like it's inside of the other thing. Whatever. So after our last one, let's change this back there. Okay. After your last divider element, create a P element and give it the text total fat 8 grams, 10%. Then wrap the text total fat in a span element. Give a class of bold for each. Go. There we go. Okay, number 44. Well, notice how the 8G stands alone here, appears centered, right? Because of the oh, let me take a look at that, because I think so. It appears centered, but where are we with that? We're in the daily value small text. Did we set the small text? Did we set the daily value? No, we didn't set that as a flex container. So we're gonna first nest both of these inside of a span element. Spans inside of spans inside of spans. Okay. That kind of messed things up though, didn't it? Okay, we should have a span element around. Is that not what I have? Oh, you only want it around this stuff? Oh my god, this is so janky. Why are they teaching this? This is janky as fuck. It's jank as shit, man. Okay, so you want to put the total fat in that to the left and the other stuff to the right. Okay, that makes some sense, I guess. Oh gosh, janky as hell, man. Below your element with the total fat text, create a new P element. So before we do that, let's change the background. So we're gonna do a similar thing, I imagine. So we're gonna have a span class of bold here. Oh no, we're actually not gonna do that for the saturated fat part, but we will do it for the 5%, so 1 gram there. But we also want, all right, so they're okay, whatever. But now we're gonna wrap the 5% as bold. Ah, that didn't do it, huh? So they just don't want us to have a span element for this. Okay, that's it. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's what I have. Saturated fat. There we go. Oy vey. Okay. So the new P element will need to be indented. We're going to give it a class set to indent. And then we're going to create a new indent selector. Give it a margin left property of 1em. One full character. Character height, I think is what that calculates. One thing they didn't really talk about in this module is what font size means in terms of like is it the height? What is it actually? So let's read a little bit about what font size is. So it's actually the size from the baseline to baseline. When multiple lines of text are set solid in a multi-line layout environment. So I think this is actually talking about in HTML, so they're using SVG as a thing here. So baseline widely available. What does that mean? Well established works across many devices. So it sets the size of the font, and so they're saying baseline to baseline, and that's how you define it. And then so baseline being the like basically it's like the line that it would be right underneath saturated here, saturated fat, and 1, and then there's the descender on that G there, and so they're saying from baseline to a baseline above it, but we're in multi-line text, from that baseline to the other baseline. So I'm curious. Kind of want to play around with that. I don't want to do that. All right, so outside of this thing, I'm just going to play around with this for a second. Let's add a div here. And this is just our other thing. So we're going to just have like baseline. So a baseline here. Baseline to baseline. So if I go into this here, let's call this a class of test. This is just going to be our test container. What I'm going to say is I'm going to say like line height is equal to 1m. And then there we go. So weird. 1m from there, taken from the parent container, not the inherited. Why is that different? It's not, right? It should be the same. It looked like it changed. Maybe it did when I did this. Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. The only thing that changed was the line height because it didn't quite parse the line height as being a separate property. Interesting. 1m to 1m. So there is still some space. I think that what's going on here is that inside of a resetting the margin and the padding. Padding is 0, 0, and that's 0. So need some things with something that goes above the. So there's the L. The L has an ascender. How about the G? Baselining. Just do it as like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And we might be able to see if this goes in there. So we can also do this. So this would be funny. Wait, text direction, I think it might be. Last of type. And we'll just call this, can I just make sure that we are selecting it. Yep, okay, so we're selecting it correctly. You changed the direction here in CSS. dir. It's weird. Okay, so then what do we do? Last of the type there. just shift it off by one, I think. So there are some that get really close. And B and C. Let's see on here, because H is about the same height, right? H. Okay. So same from baseline to baseline. So if I did a do it as underline. I think that underline should be the baseline. From baseline to baseline there. Okay. Somewhat makes sense then. All right. Well, let's see what we can do here. We want to change the daily value. And oh, I didn't even see it up here. Here it is. Baseline to baseline. We're going to create a daily value key selector. And we're going to give it a border bottom of 1 pixel solid. Mostly dark, like a little gray. Okay. Okay. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to come back. We're going to continue on here. Hopefully be finished by this, by the end of the next Pomodoro with this workshop. finish this workshop up here. Designing a nutritional label here. Okay. So the bottom borders do not extend the width of the label. I'm going to add no divider to the class for these two elements. So good. Okay. So inside of the HTML here, so bold right for the daily value, we're gonna add a no divider. Man, that's weird. I don't know where they're going with this. Okay, where are you going with this? The not pseudo selector can be used in to select all elements. That don't match the given rule, right? So, oh god. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna modify daily this thing to exclude the node divider. What does that mean? You added a divider there. Margin 0, and then you had to divide it. Why don't you just not add the divider? I am very confused. Why would you... But... this makes no sense to me. Where, like, you're defining a border bottom there. Where the heck? Wait a minute. Where are you doing border bottom? No, I can't. Like, I can't just select all and go border bottom. There's only one case of that, and it's in the divider class. What? Add a divider, but no, don't have a divider. Okay. But you didn't... You didn't specify there being a divider there. How does this make any sense? See if anybody talks about this. Create a post. Let's get a hint. Can I copy the link? Let me copy the link and then look it up in here. Step 50 in title. This doesn't make any sense. I guess I just don't understand why. Like you're explicitly saying put a divider here, except that except you're saying no divider. What? Are we then gonna get rid of the other thing? The other way of defining... Okay. Are we getting rid of that class? Because I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. Now you'll have to add separate borders below your no divider elements. Okay, well... Your first no divider element has a divider after it. Create another divider after your second no divider element. What? So you want paragraphs to have dividers except for when you don't. Okay? So, okay, it's just a cleaner way of, like, if I'm doing a lot of lines and then I just don't want to specify a divider and create a div for each one. So our first no divider has a divider after it. Create another divider after your second element. What is the fucking point of this? What is the fucking point of this? Seriously, what is the fucking point of this? In order to make them... Oh my gosh, okay, whatever. All right, so after the last divider, we're going to create another P element. It's going to say trans fat. We're going to italicize it by wrapping it in an I. Give the new P element a class indent no divider. Okay. So bizarre. Create another divider element after the last one. Okay, so then after our last divider, I'm going to create a new P element with the text cholesterol 0. Oh, God. Little ass P element. Oh gosh, I'm so tired. I'm gonna create another P element with the text sodium. This is so agonizing. Just a lot of typing. Okay. Alrighty. This is quite boring. It's not okay. I'm not really liking this. This isn't like, I think they had a trouble. This just seems out of place for the module. There's just like a lot of typing. It just, is that what you thought typography meant? There's just a lot of typing? Oh gosh. I guess because we're using different font sizes and... Oh god, whatever. Don't like this. I don't like this module one bit. Another P element with the text. Okay, I'm just gonna copy what I have. And, oh, you know what? I can just do this. There we go. Let's copy what we have and change sodium to total carbohydrate. And then the other one to, oh, it should be 37 grams. And then this to 13%. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, we can copy and paste well enough. So that's good. Get some of this. Oh no. Then that screws up my changing of the background. And we're going to add another thing. And it's going to be dietary fiber. And we're going to give it the class necessary to indent it, I guess. And a no divider class. Okay. Go. Okay, fiber is a daily value. We just don't need a span? Why do you want a divider there? Like, why do you want a divider in between saturated fat and trans fat? It looks like shit. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't like having all these dividers on there. It looks really bad. So we're gonna create another one after the last one. Total sugars. Then create another divider. Okay. Ah. What am I doing wrong here? It all looks good. Oh, we're just not in the right hierarchy there. Really tedious. This is incredibly tedious. You can apply specific classes to style them individually, add double indent to the class for your last divider. Okay. Now we can create the double indent. Give it a left margin. 2M. That looks bad. We're gonna add a new P element underneath. Alright, we're gonna take a break. And hopefully we can finish this. Jeez, this is so tedious. let's see. Last divider. We're gonna create another P element with the text protein 3G. So we're gonna use that same like thing from here, right? Okay. Protein. 3 grams. We're gonna remove the border. And we want to span to make it bold. Wait a minute. Oh gosh. Okay, well, here we go. Let's just do it this way. Delete that one. Let's get the one up here that does the bold, and we'll copy that one. Total carbohydrates. Then we'll just get rid of this bold thing there. Although we also want a div element. I'm a divider. There we go. Okay. Oh gosh, it's such a tedious piece of friggin' crap here. All right. Background, white, Mr. White. So we want that key element consumes the text. You wrap the percentage in a span element so that it's considered a separate entity from the rest of the text, and it's moved to the right. Okay. Well, let's just do it to spec here. Let's see. So they're saying P element. You want it to have any class or anything? Okay, and then you want vitamin D 2 micrograms, 10%. So you want this in a span element so it moves to the right. And then what? And then what now? Is that it? Okay. All right. And then another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Calcium, 260%, 260 milligrams, 20% daily recommended values. Get that iron, 8 milligrams, 45%. There we go. And back at this one. Okay. So much typing. Create the final P element for the daily section. Potassium. Potassium. you want to remove the border, so we'll say no divider on the bottom. There you go. Is that it? We're going to add a daily medium. Oh, gosh. Ugh. Medium divider. After it, so the class is divider medium. Okay. And below that new divider, we're going to create a P element with the class set to note. Okay. We're going to give it the following text. I am just going to copy and paste this, or actually I'm going to drag it over to here instead. Because I don't want to deal with this crap anymore. Okay. We're almost done. We're almost there. Almost there. Okay. So create a note selector. Font size is going to be 0.6 rem, and we're going to also set the top and bottom margins to 5 pixels with no margin in the horizontal. Okay, that looks pretty cool. One more thing to touch it off with. We're going to give it a left and right padding of 8 pixels. Okay. And then we're going to set the text indent to -8 pixels. So it starts there, okay. It's a bit bizarre to me, but whatever. That's it. That's what we did. A very tedious label for today. Okay. Next, we're going to build a newspaper article, and then that's going to be it for the day. Okay. Hopefully this is a little bit more engaging because, you know, I'm not just following along. I get to actually use my brain. So let's try to see what's going on here. Okay, breaking Grandma Edna saves the Earth. Right there, and then that. And then we want to target the first letter. We want to also target the first line to indent from there. And we have that. This isn't too bad. Not too bad. Shouldn't take that long. Let's pop the preview out. We'll pop that preview. And I'm not going to bother trying to do like the minimum thing or whatever. What I'll do is we'll set our background to DABFF. And we will link the style sheet. There we go. So we want to set the root. Let's get rid of this here. We want to set the root font size of your HTML document to be 24 pixels. So let's go up to here. The root font size. So we'll go root and we'll set font size of 24 pixels. And then we should have an element with a class of newspaper. The newspaper element should have a font size of 16 pixels. And the font family should be Open Sans with a fallback to sans serif. And within the element, you should have 7 more elements. 1 for the date, 1 for the article, the class, 1 for a headline, 1 for the headline, subheadline. All of the elements should be filled with the article information. It should have a name element. Should have a font size that is twice the size of the root element, and it should use the font family Times New Roman, and it should have a fallback of a serif font. Name and author should have a text transform that makes them uppercase, and then the headline element should have a font size that is twice the parent font size, and should also be bold. So let's just make a font weight of bold there. The subheadline, we also want to give a style of font weight 100, very thin, and a font size 1.5, the parent element's font size, which was M. And it should be italicized. So is there a... How do you do it as italics? Font style. Italic. And the author it's going to be bold. Text elements should have a line height twice their parent's font size, and the first letter of the text should be bold. And so we'll do the selector. So pseudo element, I think, is first letter of the font size should be bold. And they even give us a hint to use the first letter selector for that. So I think all the styling is in place, and then I just need to get the content here. So let's get the content filled out here. Inside the body, we're gonna have a newspaper element, which I guess we'll just call a div, and that class is gonna be newspaper. I think block display should be fine. We are just giving everything its own line. The newspaper element should have a font size 16. Your newspaper element should have 7 elements. 7 more elements. Okay, so inside of the elements, so we have one for the newspaper name. So name there. Okay, whatever. The Bunghole Tribune. Let's go with that. And then the other one should be the date. Should we use divs here, or should we use paragraphs? I think paragraph elements are okay here. Class of date, so we should do like 2084. We are in the future. And the headline for the class of headline. Let's see. What happens in the future? We've done a lot with genetic engineering. We figured out how to make apples lactate, so they're in the Mammalia family. And subheadline. Let's see. Oops. Subheadline. What's the taxonomical name for apples? Let's see. Hmm. What's the name for a future country? Scopistan. Let's go subheadline, one for the author with a class of author, and then 2 paragraphs each with the class of text. Okay. All these should be filled with your article information. Then Then we can do like a lorem ipsum ipsy doodle rippity dee dung doodly do. There we go. The HTML selector is the only thing that's the problem here. We did the root, but we should put this as the HTML element. And then that's it within the newspaper element subheadline. There we go. Did I not have an author? I didn't add the author. Where's the author supposed to be? Oh, right above there. Okay. I didn't do the text indent. There we go. Okay, whatever. All right, there we go. We're done. Okay, I'm not spending much time on this. I don't really want to spend a whole lot of time on this thing. Okay. Gosh. So, tomorrow we'll do a review on the typography and then look at accessibility. Best practices for accessibility. We're going to build a quiz web page, build a tribute page, and then we're going to do some review and quiz next week. And yeah, so we'll have typography quiz on Monday and review of accessibility on Monday. Okay, so I need a nap is what I need. With one more pomodoro to go. Let's not sure. Let's take a look at something else, I guess. We did the free code camp branding. We looked at some of that. So headings, punch right. So we don't have this. Yeah, so this is an example here. So we'll just like there we go. So I have an example one there, and just save that for later. All right, I'll be back in a few. One more focus session here. One more pomodoro. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. So, where are we? We want to maybe open up something else that we've been looking at. My webcam with TypeScript here. Okay. What do we want to look at then? Clean code in there. There's also this ESMA CSS thing. Scalable and modular architecture, flexible guide for developing sites small and large. Hobby, web developer, designer, maintain a blog. There, right, tips and tricks. Okay, speak at conferences, whatnot. Accelerated DOM scripting. Okay. Right, so we're gonna let's give this a read, because I don't want to get started with a whole bunch of whatchamacallit, a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not setting up the IDE and everything. And then by the time I get that all set up, then it's time to go. So let's toggle the progress bar off here. Okay, there we go. Get rid of that. And let's bring this over here. Okay. And we will zoom in to 200 here. Let's see. I fit the page. How do I fit page? Fit width. Fit width. There we go. And set scrolling. Vertical scroll, horizontal scroll, single page. Vertical scroll, wrapped scroll, in page scroll. Oh, there we go. So let's see. Jonathan Snook says introduction, lost count of how many websites build. I think build 100 or whatever, one right way. Leading to code that is easier as build, whatever. This is all just bona fides and stuff. Smacks is more style guide than rigid framework. There's no library within here for you to download or install. Smacks as a way to examine your design process and as a way to fit those rigid frameworks into a flexible thought process. An attempt to document a consistent approach to site development when using CSS. And really, who isn't building a site with CSS these days? Feel free to take this in its entirety or use only parts that work best for you. Don't use it at all. Understand that this won't be everyone's cup of tea. When it comes to web development, the answer to most questions is it depends. So what's in here? Thoughts compartmentalized around a number of topics related to CSS architecture. Every thought is detailed in its own section. Read the sections in sequence or out of order, or pick and choose what seems most relevant. It's not 1,000 pages of writing. The sections are relatively short and easy to digest. So let's get started and dive in. So categorizing CSS rules. Every project needs some organization. Throwing every new style you create onto the end of a single file would make finding things more difficult and would be very confusing for anybody else working on the project. Of course, you likely have some organization in place already. However, hopefully what you read among these pages will highlight what works with your existing process, and if lucky, see new ways in which you can improve the process. So how do you decide whether to use ID selectors or class selectors or any number of selectors that are at your disposal? How do you decide which elements should get the styling magic you wish to bestow upon it? How do you make it easy to understand how your site and your styles are organized? At the very core of Smacks is categorization. By categorizing CSS rules, we begin to see patterns and can define better practices around each of these patterns. There are five types of categories: base, layout, module, state, and theme. Okay, so we often find ourselves mixing styles across each of these categories. If we are more aware of what we are trying to style, we can avoid the complexity that comes from intertwining these rules. Okay, so base, layout, module, style, and state and theme. Let's see. Each category has certain guidelines that apply to it. This somewhat succinct separation allows us to ask ourselves questions during the development process. How are we going to code things, and why are we going to code them that way? Much of the process, or much of the purpose of categorizing things is to codify patterns, things that repeat themselves within our design. Repetition results in less code, easier maintenance, and greater consistency in the user experience. These are all wins. Exceptions to the rule can be advantageous, but they should be justified. Base rules are the defaults. They are almost exclusively single element selectors, but it could include attribute selectors, pseudo-class selectors, child selectors, or sibling selectors. Essentially, a base style says that wherever this element is on the page, it should look like this. And then some examples of base styles. So you're applying a reset to HTML body and form elements. And then text inputs, you're adding a border, a solid border around that is almost completely black, but it's well, it's like it's a gray. It's a very dark gray. And then anchor, so links, anchor references are getting a color, a little bit of green blue, like a teal green or something, like a bluish color. And so a little bit like green shifted blue is what that is, right? And then when you hover over a link, you're setting the color to be a little bit different, which is even more blue by the looks of it. Yeah. Divide the page into sections. So layout rules divide the page into sections. Layouts hold one or more modules together. And then modules are the reusable modular parts of your design. So they are callouts, sidebar sections, the product lists, and so on. State rules are ways to describe how modules or layouts will look when in a particular state. Is it hidden or expanded? Is it active or inactive? They are about describing how a module or layout looks on screens that are smaller or bigger. They're also about describing how a module might look in different views, like the home page or the inside page. Finally, theme rules are similar to state rules in that they describe how modules or layouts might look. So, most sites don't require a layer of theming, but it is good to be aware of it. Naming rules. So by separating rules into the 5 categories, naming convention is beneficial for immediately understanding which category a particular style belongs to and its role within the overall scope of the page. On large projects, it's more likely to have styles broken up across multiple files. In these cases, naming convention also makes it easier to find which file a style belongs to. So Jonathan likes to use a prefix to differentiate between layout, state, and module rules. For layout, use L, but layout would work just as well. Using prefixes like grid, and there's a hyphen at the end of all of these, also provide enough clarity to separate layout styles from other styles. For state rules, he likes is, as in is hidden or is collapsed. This helps describe things in a very readable way. Right, okay, so layout, but you could also use the specific type of layout. So you could use like flex or grid. That's what he's saying there. Modules are going to be the bulk of any project. As a result, having every module start with a prefix like module dash would be needlessly verbose. Modules just use the name of the module itself. Just use the name of the module. Okay. I need examples of that. Okay, so here we go. So we have an example module. So .example, .callout. Callout is collapsed. Field or form fields. Callout modules with a state. Okay. Inline layout. Related elements within a module use the base name as a prefix. On this site, code examples use exm and the captions use .exm-caption. You can instantly look at the caption class and understand that it is related to the code examples and where you can find styles for that. Modules that are a variation on another module should also use the base module name as a prefix. Subclassing is covered in more detail in the module rules chapter. The naming convention will be used throughout these pages like most other things outlined. They don't feel like you have to stick to their guidelines rigidly. Just have a convention, document it, stick to it. And then base rules. A base rule is applied to an element using an element selector, a descendant selector, or a child selector, along with any pseudo classes. So going back to the previous examples, base styles. Doesn't include any class or ID selectors. It is defining the default styling for how that element should look in all occurrences of the page. Basically a reset, right? To reset the styles, or to set up the styles, the base styles. So things like heading sizes, link styles, defaults, font styles, body backgrounds. Should be no need to use important in a base style, of course. Highly recommend that you specify a body background. Some users may define their own background as something other than white. If you work off the expectation that the background will be white, your design may be broken. Worse, your font color choice may clash with the user setting and make your site unusable. Well, okay, so this is not adhering to responsive web design tenets, right? This is, you know, making a choice of what the background should be. Problem is that you should probably try to work with the base browser defaults and stuff. So yeah. So we know about light and dark modes, that there are, like, you can set up 2 different themes and stuff. So I think that that'll be talked about on this, but I think that, like, if you do, here's the rub though, in my mind, is that if you do change the background, which is something that I have been doing on my own things, if I were to try to do that to release it into production, to release it for public viewing, you should cover both modes. You should respond to light mode and to dark mode, and to create your own styles for both of those modes. Otherwise, just stick to the default, right? Because, you know, you can badly implement something that gets screwed up depending on whether or not someone chooses to be in light mode or dark mode. CSS Reset is a set of base styles designed to strip out or reset the default margin, padding, and other properties. The purpose is to define a consistent foundation across browsers to build the site on. Many reset frameworks can be overly aggressive and can introduce more problems than they solve. Removing margin and padding from elements only to introduce them again creates duplicated effort and increases the amount of code needed to be sent to the client. Many find resetting styles a helpful tool in site development. Just be sure to understand the drawbacks of the framework you wish to use and plan accordingly. Developing your own set of default styles that you consistently use from project to project can also be advantageous. Okay, layout rules. So CSS by its very nature is used to lay elements out on the page. However, there's a distinction between layouts dictating the major and minor components of a page. The minor components, such as a callout or a login form or a navigation item, sit within the scope of major components such as a header or footer. The author refers to the minor components as modules. I'll dive into those in the next section. The major components are referred to as layout styles. So modules are smaller pieces of the larger layout. Layout styles can also be divided into major and minor styles based on reuse. Major layout styles such as header and footer are traditionally styled using ID selectors, but take the time to think about the elements that are common across all components of the page and use class selectors where appropriate. So you have an ID for the header, an ID for article and footer, and you're referencing each of those with this one selector, and you're setting the width to be 960 pixels and then the margin to be auto. So it should center in the page vertically or at least horizontally is what happens in the block layout, right? You can set a border for your article and border width. Some sites may need, they may have a need for more generalized layout framework. For example, 960 GS. What is that? These minor layout styles. Big old download button. If you want a responsive grid framework, check out Unsemantic. Interesting. So here are some like pre-built generalized layouts. Interestingly enough, maybe that could be something that you work off of. Okay. Why is it called 960? An effort to streamline web development workflow by providing commonly used dimensions. Based on a width of 960 pixels, there are two variants, 12 and 16 columns, which can be used separately or in tandem. The 12 custom grid is divided into portions that are 60 pixels wide. The 16 column grid consists of 40 pixel increments. Each column has 10 pixels of margin on the left and right, which creates 20 pixel wide gutters between columns. Ideally suited to rapid prototyping, but it would work equally well when integrated into a production environment. Printable sketch sheets, design layouts, CSS file that have identical measurements. Okay. So generally, a layout style only has a single selector, a single ID, or a class name. However, there are times when a layout needs to respond to different factors. For example, you may have different layouts based on user preference. This layout preference would still be declared as a layout style and used in combination with other layout styles. And so here's an example of a use of a higher level layout style affecting other layout styles. You have an article that floats to the left and a sidebar that floats right, and a layout flipped class that's an article in the layout flipped class container here. So we'll float to the right, and then a sidebar that is in the flipped layout will float to the left. Okay. All right, so that's that was all of the pomodoros. So thank goodness we finished those. It got cut short the other day. It didn't mention that. That was like weird. We lost internet. Xfinity just kind of crapped out, and then I had to reset the router after submitting a thing on support thing on the app. So and YouTube being as as terrible for streaming as it can be, doesn't allow you to reconnect to the same stream after you like lose the connection for 2 minutes. I think it might even be shorter than that. It might only be 90 seconds. It's really bad. Like, and then you try to in order to stream, to go and stream again, then you have to schedule a new thing, click all the same boxes. It's just a pain in the ass. Whereas like Twitch, you just set it and then you just go live whenever. So I don't know. I've been thinking about doing more streaming on taking this to Twitch, but maybe I'll do that like after 30 days or something. See how we go. We'll give this 30 days here. How about that? But so far, not not getting any love from the algorithm here. So, oh, you know what? Something, I don't know if I don't know if the ticker updated correctly or not. It's weird. That's weird. Huh. Ticker text. It's so odd. Let's see. Are we monitoring the right broadcast? That's so weird. I'll just like add a space there and see if that updates. That's very weird. Huh. It's really, really funky. It's supposed to update, but it's not getting the connection for some reason. Don't understand. Day 16. Okay, so hopefully that updated. It's so weird. Yeah. Was that like that for the whole stream? That's so odd. Okay. So we'll reread this section later. And we'll call this a stream. Call this a day. Let's go back over to here. There we go. So it was a day. Okay. Don't know how to end this here. Let's see. So here we are. Okay. All right, so recap on what we did today. This was day 16. We did a quiz on CSS Flexbox. We aced that quiz. Really starting to get a hang of Flexbox layout. And then we did a module on typography, where we worked with the CSS fonts. Let me see, did I do this thing here? Where is that? Did the quiz on CSS Flexbox, so we can check that off. If I go back to this here, can check off the module Flexbox. We're done with that. We're done with the layout and effects. Done with a lot of stuff here. Make sure that we check off everything that we have. Oh, you can't see that anyway. Who cares? All right. So we did a quiz on CSS Flexbox. We did the typography module. Worked with CSS fonts. We looked at the fundamentals of typography, what the best practices are for working with typography and designs, font families and like fallback families and stuff, and the web safe fonts, the font face at rule and how that works by specifying the source URL of where the fonts will be pulled in. And then we looked at how to get more fonts through Font Squirrel and Google Fonts, and we looked at the text shadow property. It kind of feels a bit out of place in this module, but I guess it kind of fits. We built a nutritional label that was a quite laborious process. And then we built a newspaper article as a bit of a flex. Took a lot of notes here today, a lot of typography terminology. Weight, style, width, baseline, cap height, X height, ascender, descender, kerning, tracking, leading, font family, web safe fonts. We'll review that tomorrow morning and have a quiz on, or actually no, there is no quiz tomorrow. we'll have a review on this as well. Okay, so we obviously didn't get everything done today, but let's give it 74 more days, 74 more days to see how far we'll get at the end. So that was day 16 of 90 days. I'll catch it back here for day 17 on Friday tomorrow. So see you then. Bye.